Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll begin with the opening before going into closed session, and we will begin with let's get a motion and a second first.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the following items will be considered in closed session, and we'll start with item 8.3.1, public employee employment discipline dismissal release reassignment of employees. Item 8.3.2, student expulsion reinstatement expulsion enrollments. Item 8.3.3, conference with labor negotiators. Agency designated representatives, Dr. Cuauhtemoc Avila, Superintendent, Dr. Ria McIver Gibbs, Lead Personnel Agent, Personnel Services, and Mrs. Rhonda Kramer, Lead Personnel Agent, Personnel Services. Employee organizations are California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, Rialto Education Association, and Communication Workers of America. Item 8.3.4, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and/or D3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, number of potential claims, 1. Item, and that's it. Are we ready to go into closed session?
We have
Do you-
comments.
Oh, right, public
We-
comment.
So we have Gail Navarro.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Dr. Avila, Superintendent. My name is Gil Navarro. I'm a education advocate, otherwise known as a non-attorney representative under the federal regulations. The reason I wanted to talk about expulsion section of the closed session, I didn't see any numbers on there. So is that assumption you're not voting on any expulsions?
For students, we're going to be voting in open session. We'll be discussing it regarding students. We'll be discussing it in closed, and we'll vote on it in open
If
session.
Under closed session, there's no reference, though, to any expulsions at all. No number, no nothing.
The numbers are in the open session agenda.
Mhm.
Okay, which,
Under discussion action items,
okay,
Um,
then you go back and,
it's 21-22 and 52.
so I just want to make sure, I guess some districts are different. So you're not voting in closed session on any expulsion?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, because the reason I say that, because under closed session, it has on there, student expulsions, reinstatement, expulsion, enrollments. It's right here, under closed session. So it's
Eh, eh,
there, but there's no reference,
Well,
correct?
because it's discussed in closed session,
The-
but not voted on.
The reason why we don't put the number there, we put it out on the open session is to take action to vote on the open session portion. But because it's confidential student information, we could have to discuss it in closed.
So let me re-clarify. In this area, you do discussion.
Yes.
You still have no reference to what cases you're discussing. You know, I'm saying the public has a right to have a reference there, a number, 223-1, 222.
We could put the same number
Well,
on.
I'm not
That's not a
saying for me,
problem.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, it's my understanding under the Brown Act. And I didn't come here tonight to tell you that, but I'm just telling you that you may want to check with your legal. But anyway, the reason I'm here tonight is, you know, we have special ed kids that get up for expulsion. We have regular ed kids that get up for expulsion. And, you know, hopefully, because a special ed kid has an IEP and they get in trouble, that there are some processes that's supposed to ensure that we sort of reevaluate that student. If the IEP's in place, is there supports in place? You know, so it won't happen again. And I know that's part of the IEP process. when the child's up for expulsion. So hopefully that could be taken care of itself, but I'm worried about the regular ed student. The regular ed student doesn't have necessarily those kind of protections. So what I'm strongly recommending to this board, that if you eventually expel a regular ed student, that you send back a message to the staff. Did they have an SST meeting? Did anybody look at early intervention with maybe what led up to that expulsion? I think what you're doing is you're really trying to help that student not reoffense again. Or maybe they're failing. Maybe that's what made them angry. Maybe that's why they got in that fight. But I think you need to look at the regular ed student information and look at what you want to recommend back to staff to reevaluate, get the parent involved, reevaluate whether there's anything in place to help the student overall, academically and other ways. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Do we have any other comments for closed session items?
We do not.
Okay, with that, can we get a motion to move into closed session?
So moved?
Second?
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, can we get a motion and a second to adjourn closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the time is 6:10. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the board study session portion, item B 1.1. The study session on District School Facilities Program updated 10-year improvement plan, 2022 general obligation bond funding opportunity, presented by California Financial Services, the Lou Edwards Group, the Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, is that correct? Yes. Metz and Associates. Do we have a motion and a second?
So
So-
move.
Second.
And vote by board members?
Aye.
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 And vote by board members?
Yes, aye.
Okay. And the time is 6:11. So with that, let's take it away.
Okay. We do have a couple of presentations tonight. Are we going to use the screen? Okay, great. All righty. My name is Michael Ogburn. I'm with California Financial Services. You have with you tonight myself from California Financial Services and Jesse Landry. And then we have John Fairbank from FM3. The Lou Edwards Group is up in Northern California, so we will be doing their part as well. Purpose of the study session tonight, the district, as you know, has been actively planning its long-term school facility plan for the next 10 years. As such, it put together a planning team of which we and FM3 and the Lou Edwards Group are part of. One of our parts in assisting the district board, the superintendent, and the management staff is to identify the district's priority school facility needs that will be needed over the next 10 years. Second is to obtain the views and receive input from the community regarding their facility priorities. In addition, to develop a funding plan, which the anchor funding would be a general obligation bond measure, to make those projects able to happen. What we're going to be presenting tonight is two different presentations, but they're part of a whole. The first presentation tonight is going to be, the first half of this will be Jesse Landry from California Financial Services. This is really to provide you with a broad overview of the type of facility needs that remain to be completed over the next 10 years and what your funding opportunity is to do that. The second presentation will be provided by John Fairbank, principal of Fairbank, Muslin, and Metz. We call them FM3. In our business, everybody has to be reduced to an acronym. So his is FM3. What he'll be presenting to you is the funding plan viable? Because it does require your community support. So a recent community survey was conducted over a 3-week period. John will be going over the specifics of that, giving you the results of that. And the results will tell us whether going forward is a viable opportunity to create the funding necessary to go ahead with these big projects at your very many school campuses. With that, I'd like to introduce Jesse Landry, and he'll be going over the first half of this. We do, if you do have questions during the presentation, please feel free to ask them. We may occasionally defer because we have a page coming up that answers that specific question, but please don't wait till the end of the presentation. Whenever it hits you, go ahead and ask. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jesse Landry. So I'm going to start off with our presentation here about the school facilities program and an update on the 10-year improvement plan. So starting off, I want to start off the presentation and talk about, well, what have the last 10 years looked like? So from 2010 to 2020, the district's been through the process of completing phase 2 of its facilities master plan. And it's completed a wide array of projects. Most of you are probably familiar with those construction projects. So delivered a lot of great projects to the community, including career and technical classrooms, We had science labs going in at multiple sites, permanent classrooms coming in and replacing some older outdated portables, performing arts centers and athletic fields. So lots of projects that have been completed here in the last 10 years that have benefited the Rialto Unified School District and its community. Well, how were we able to achieve that? Well, the district has utilized general obligation bonds in the past to try to achieve some of those facilities projects. We look back in 1999, the board and the district, the community supported a $60 million general obligation bond at that time. That three bond series were issued under that measure, and those are all completed, no more authorization left under that. Then more recently, if we look back 12 years ago, the community approved and supported a $98 million. So most of those projects you saw on the last slide, those were all completed under Measure Y. That issued 4 series of bonds, had a lot of support from the community, almost 70% voter approval for that. It was done under a Prop 39 proposition where it required 55%, but we had almost 70% approval from the community. And that's really what allowed us to deliver those projects to keep up with all the changes that have been going on in the community, the growing enrollment, the changes that are needed to support the students in the 21st century versus students that may have learned or went through the school district 30 years ago. So what the district's been doing lately, district staff has been reviewing some of those facilities needs and what's left on the facilities master plan that needs to be completed. So as I mentioned before, we have 24,000 students here as our current enrollment, 30 schools to keep up with. So there's just a lot of facilities to maintain. And we've been completing an evaluation, the district staff has, working to update a facilities master plan to prioritize these projects. That should be completed pretty soon over the next couple of months. But what we know now is that the cost of these facilities are going to well exceed the capital facilities that the district has access to right now as it stands. Again, those prior general obligation bond measures, those are completely utilized at this point. So when we look over to the right, we see what are the types of projects that we're looking at that might be completed over the next 10 years. We have some safety projects, technology, innovation, some of the infrastructure associated with the technology, CTE programs, and one of the big key things is replacing some of the outdated relocatable facilities with permanent classrooms. So on these next couple of slides, what we have here, we have those same categories on the right-hand side, but then you'll see a little more specifics about what are the types of projects we're talking about. So again, when we're talking about safety, we're talking about fire and safety security systems, lighting, fencing. I won't go through each one, but if there are any questions from the board, please let me know. And then on our next slide, this is going to be on slide 6, we start to talk about, well, how could we achieve these projects? What might the district be able to do? So our plan, or one of the potential plans for being able to solve these facilities needs, is to look at a 2022 general obligation bond measure. This would be the same setup as 2010, and that's a Prop 39, requires 55% voter approval, would have a tax rate limitation, the same $60 per 100,000, and it would also have a COC, or Citizen Oversight Committee, and that would just be the same committee that had worked with the district on the 2010 measure for Measure Y. These bonds, you see on the right, we have a chart here showing what would be the disbursements for these projects as we need them over time. So we have a 10-year plan that looks at about every 3 years us going out and accessing some additional authorization. So right now it stands at $340 million that the district would have the ability to complete some of these project needs that are coming up in the future. And we would be able to access those funds over the course of about 10 years and complete those projects. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Michael to talk about, well, what are the next steps involved? Again, this just lays out kind of the plan of what we might be able to achieve, and we're going to talk later on today about, well, is that viable or not? So I'll turn it back over to Michael for the next slide.
So what button do I hit? This one? Yeah, got it. He has to guide me occasionally. When we get old, technology's not our forte, So this particular slide just kind of lays out what is the process. As you can see, we've got a number of steps in here. At the very bottom in blue is the school facilities master plan process. That is expected to be completed in the end of June timeframe. So it's an update to what your current needs are from where we were 10 years ago when we were going through this process. The bond analysis, that's where the 340 million came from. As you saw historically, that's much larger than the last bond measure that was approved by the voters of 98 million. That's simply a function of two things. One is your need. Number two is your tax base is much bigger than it was back in 2010. Community survey to get the input and to establish viability. Will the voters support you? That has been completed, and John will be going over those results with you shortly. So once viability has been determined, the next step is the public information outreach program. That's really to inform your community in more detail of your needs. And then at the July 13th meeting, if we were to go forward, you would be asked as a board to approve a bond resolution placing the bond measure on the ballot for voter consideration to provide the funds, $340 million, to do your next 10 years worth of needs at your mini schools. So that is kind of the steps that we have going through there. This is a more in-depth analysis of the time frame and the steps. You can read that at your leisure, but the prior slide pretty much showed you the process itself. Any questions on the process? Okay. So, the community survey was just completed. That's how we establish what we call program viability. It requires 55% of your voters to approve a Proposition 39 bond measure, in this case for $340 million. So a survey is conducted to test the things that you see on the right and to establish, does the community support you at a level that exceeds the 55%? I'm not going to share with you the results. I'm going to let John do that.
I have a question.
Sure.
So the survey, was that just a sample of the population of voters or the resident who actually lived in the home or the
It
homeowner?
is, and in the next presentation, there's going to be a breakdown on how that was conducted, which will answer more specifically your question. So I'm going to let Mr. Fairbank handle that one. The next step after viability is established is a big one. We call it a community outreach program. What is that all about? You can see on the right. In essence, we're informing the community, you're informing the community as to what your facility needs are over the next 10 years. And then finally, here's your team. California Financial Services is who I represent. We're on the bond funding side. The Lou Edwards Group is the one that assists you with the community survey, and the public information program, and FM3 is actually the ones that conducted the survey, and John will be giving you the results as I hand it off to him now. So we're going to go to if you have any questions on this, please let me know. So I'm going to hand it off to John, and here's what you're going to get is is the community of supportive, is viability there? So with that, John, you're up. On the right-hand side, once you get to it, they're loading it up.
Good evening, members of the board. How are you tonight? While they're getting that set up, there's a lot of bad news these days in the world, unfortunately, but you're going to see good news here within your school district. Very positive reactions to you as a district, and also your potential bond. Okay, as we go through this, feel free to ask questions. I'm going to I know we're on a short timeline, so I'm going to kind of hustle through this. We are pleased to share that overwhelming 73% of Rialto Unified School District voters believe that there are some need for additional funds for the local schools. This is a very important question, which you'll see. If you don't think there's a need for additional funding for your schools, then you're not likely to vote for a bond measure. This is one of the highest we've seen in hundreds of school districts that we've done this need. We'll see this question a little later. This also translates into a robust support for the $340 million GEO bond. 69%, Michael mentioned 69% of voters. You can see there's going to be a similarity of numbers here. 73% plus or minus 70% say there's a great or some need. 69, 70% are supporting the bond. In addition, you have, which I'll give you quickly, your constituents have given you a very good performance on how you've handled the COVID issue over the last, unfortunately, many months. It was about 60+% approve and only 19% disapprove. So it's a 3-to-1 percentage that said you've done an excellent or a good job on handling COVID. The specifics of this survey, the survey was taken March 5th through the 23rd, 2022. This is what we call a dual mode survey, which I'll explain in a minute. These are, I think one of the board members had a question about, these are all likely November 2022 voters within your school district, okay? If you didn't vote, this is all based on past voting histories. We're taking voters who have a history of voting in these kinds of elections. Non-presidential, the governor's race is going to be on the ballot. So this is this sample of 451 voters is reflective of party, gender, age, race of your likely voters for the November 2022 ballot, okay? The dual mode, we did 451 voters. 142 of those were your parents who were registered to vote. We also did an additional sample of 100 of your parents off your parent list that were not registered voters. So we have a couple of, we just wanted to get a pretty heavy percentage of sample for your parents, whether they're registered to vote or not. Okay, full sample is plus or minus 4.6%. Some of these questions we did split samples to save time, and they're about 6.3% confidence level. The dual mode reflects, these are both, initially we sent out an email invitation to all those voters who have emails, and you have an opportunity to participate in the survey on email. For those kind of clusters or demographic areas that do not fill out an email, then we'll call them landlines, cell phones. We do texting, it's been very, very effective. We're just trying these days to give voters multiple opportunities to participate in these kinds of surveys. Okay? Mood of the electorate. This is a question, do you have generally a favorable, unfavorable opinion of your local schools? It's hard to see that number actually on the blue. That is 16% are very favorable, 38% is the orange. So to the far right, we just put 54% overall favorable, 32% unfavorable. The next one, Rialto Unified School District, 54% favorable, 23%. We have a healthy percentage who don't know. But these are very good results. Again, I preference all this by saying there's a lot of bad news out there, and many jurisdictions, whether they're mayors or presidents or governors or school districts or community college districts, are not getting, it's a tough time to have a favorable opinion these days. So these are good. This is the question we were referencing earlier. The question basically is, generally, would you say that the Rialto Unified School District has a great need for additional funding, some need, little need, or no real need for additional funding? Again, you're going to see, here's the 73% that we talked about earlier. 48% say there's a great need. We usually find for districts, if we can be in the mid-30s perception that there's a great need for funding, that's strong. You are almost at 50%, and one of the things in all these surveys we look at is the level of intensity. So you can see the difference between no real need at 10% compared to great need, it's 5 times. Okay, so great need, some need, and a little need is almost 80%. And most voters know, they have a sense of it. Only 12% weren't able to answer this question. Now, I'll get to this a little later, but if you think there's a great need, then your support for your bond is higher than anybody else in the survey, because you already know that you have a great need for additional funding. All right, do you approve or disapprove of the job the Rialto Unified School District is doing specifically in general? We had the pleasure of working with you, doing a survey in June of 2020. We also had the pleasure of, I forgot to mention, we worked with all of you in 2010 on your last bond. So this is a kind of a track, the same question we asked in March 2022. It's not the same statistically, 52% down to 48% total approved, 39% disapprove, up a little bit. This is what I was referring to. It's a tough time to have approved, disapproved for any jurisdiction. Potential RUSD November bond measure. This is, we are asking the 75 words. This is on the email survey, on the phone survey. Everyone sees this 75 words. This, we're trying to, legally, we're allowed 75 words on the ballot. This is the most important thing we can all do if you decide to put this measure on the ballot, of what these 75 words say. And you can see what we're trying to do in the title: classroom upgrade, health, safety measure. And then we try in the first 2 or 3 lines to give some very specific elements or features that will be included if this bond passes. This is, many of these words and phrases are based on your 2020 measure that we did for you. And then we have, asbestos, lead paint, mold, and then the legal language is, shall the RSUSD district measure authorizing $340 million in bonds and legal rates. A lot of legal language that we have to put in some of this, that 3 lines referencing the dollars was not in your 2010 bond. So this is what we're having. And then we end it with, annually while bonds are outstanding, be adopted, requiring independent audits and oversight, all funds for local schools. We want to make sure that when a voter votes, they get a feel for this measure. Okay? Once hearing that, 69% said, yes, I will support it. 62% said either definitely yes or probably yes. That undecided lean yes, 7, and the undecided lean no. They were originally undecided, so we kind of, where do you lean? You can see 2 to 1, they lean yes. And again, the ratio between the definite yes and the definite no, you can see is almost 3 to 1. This is, again, you have a strong definite yes. In most measures, we try to get to 35% definite yes, but you are 41% definitely yes and only 16% definitely no. And again, 92% have been able to give an opinion of it. Only 8% are undecided. So there's no real confusion about what this is. Voters have voted on these before. They know about the school district. And these, let me just say, these results reflect across the board demographics of support. Men, women, all age groups, racial groups, geographic areas, cities. I didn't put a lot of demographics up because it was just across the board. When you're 69%, Republicans are supporting this. The independents are supporting this. Democrats are supporting this. One of the few issues these days that Democrats and Republicans agree on, but they do agree that this is the supporting of this bond.
What are the numbers or percentage that you would, your litmus tests, that you would decide, no, you don't think the voters would pass this? So
Good
what
question.
percentage?
Good
Yeah.
question. You need 55%, as you know, to pass.
Mm-hmm.
So generally, if we come back with surveys for districts that are in the low 50s,
Mm-hmm.
and the definite yes is, maybe in the 20s, and the definite no is almost as high as the definite yes.
Mm-hmm.
There are a number of different things we look at the vote, but also, as you're gonna see in this survey, we ask this upfront 75 words, and then later on in the survey, we give them positive statements about why the district needs the money and where it will go, and then we see how the vote changes.
Okay.
So in a district that we would not recommend on the ballot, if they start out with 51% and we go through all the messages for it, and we still end up at 51, 52, we're under 55, we usually say there's a little more planning to be done, and you should, postpone it. But here you have your support for the measure, and again, I'm just going to go back to one of the most important questions for us, board member, is this need. Does the district need money? And a district that has a 55%, probably the need is 20% lower on the grade need. So in a district that we wouldn't recommend going forward, we're probably right around that 51, 52, greater sum need, which matches up to the vote. Here, you have 73% greater sum need, and you have within the margin area, you have 69% support. So we're looking for consistency in these questions, how they match up with each other and how they reinforce each other. So we don't make a decision just on one question. We make a decision on multiple questions through the survey.
Thank you.
Okay? We also looked at parents. To the left-hand side, voters only. Again, this is all based on this question, 75 words. And among all your voters, you had 69%, which we just went through. To the right of we put the registered parents and the non-registered parents together, so you have a number of 242 parents, and they are actually a little higher level of support. Or remember, again, when we oversample parents, we want to look at the parents. If the parents are in a district that are under 55% and their parents aren't very much stronger, another factor that we look at. But here, there's a consistency in your district of parents, non-parents, kids at home, kids not at home, party, age. Consistently, you have a broad level of support across the board, and this shows one of the goals here is you want all your parents registered to vote, you want all your parents to vote, okay? I'm going to go through a number of different slides kind of quickly here. This is a question that we ask about features or elements that if this bond did pass, how important are each of the following for the school district to implement, okay? And the blue is extremely important, the orange is very important, somewhat important, and we've collapsed the extremely and very important to the right-hand side for each item. You can see here that every one of these items is at least 82% extremely very important, and that's not even adding the somewhat important to this. So another board member, another way we decide whether to go forward with the district or not is how important they rank the elements that you're going to possibly be funding. In a district that is much lower, we'll be lucky to be in the low 60s. Here you're in the mid 80s, low to mid 80s on improving the quality of education, right? Ensuring students have access to 21st century education, repairing plumbing and restrooms, asbestos, lead paint, mold. This is a combination of quality of education, which they recognize, but also understanding that there are a lot of repairs. There's older buildings. Many of these elements, like plumbing, restrooms, asbestos, lead paint, many of your homeowners are making similar repairs. Okay, same question. Again, almost everything to the right-hand side is 78 to 80, right? Very high numbers, extremely very important. Upgrading all 3 local high schools to prepare students for college and careers, right? 81%, extremely very. And then there's another 9%, so that's somewhat important. That's almost 90%. And again, almost everything here. Upgrading campus safety and health, improving student access to science and engineering, replacing leaky roofs, requiring no funds for local schools. We want to make sure, as the ballot language you saw, all this money stays in local neighborhood schools. Same question, level of importance. Here, you're still at 74 to 77% for each one of these items. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but you can see in the middle item, replacing drinking water pipes, repairing deteriorating schools and classrooms, upgrading vocational classrooms. Okay, at the top, upgrading centers that support students' health, wellness, and mental health. Same question, again, you're still in the 70s. Improving door locks, replacing gas lines. It's just across the board. It's a level of consistency that these are, remember you have 69% of your voters are voting for this bond, okay? This whole page is at 70%, extremely very important. This page was in the mid-70s, this page was in the low 80s, and this page was in the mid-80s. So you, again, a number of the voters who are undecided about your bond or not voting for it are saying that these are all extremely or very important elements to put in the schools. Okay, and the last one here, I think, is same question. These are parents, I'm sorry. We took the 242 parents and just ranked them, number of these in order. You can see these are higher than basically anything that the regular voters saw, but not much. You're at 92% of your parents, extremely very important. Improving the quality of education offered by Rialto Unified School District. Upgrading school security and safety. Safety was a very important aspect throughout this survey. Replacing leaky roofs. Again, these are all huge numbers of importance by your parents. Impacts of educational outreach. This is a couple questions we ask board member again as we ask that first question about 75 words. Do you support the measure? We've done a number of these questions, and then we get to towards the end of the survey. We'll say here's some statements made by those who say that this bond measure is needed. And for each of these, are you very convinced or somewhat convinced to support this measure based on this statement? And again, I'm not going to read each one of these if everybody can read them. The first one is about, making sure all 3 high schools are upgraded. And we mentioned some of the upgrades that will be included. Upgrading science and engineering. The next one is career. This measure will provide all 3 of our high school career technical education programs. The next one is school safety. Many of our local schools have outdated security, safety features, including aging smoke alarms, fire safety. The more specific we can be about what is going to be implemented, and you can see here again, 81%. Normally, we would like to see maybe in the mid-60s, very or somewhat convincing. Your district has, we're in the 80s again. Remember, 69% are voting. So we got another 13, 14, 15% who are actually convinced to support a bond based on this. Same question, basic repairs. Again, these are all high 70s to 80 basic repairs. We just went through how old some of the buildings are, 50 years old. Again, lead paint, mold, leaky roofs, decaying walls. Next one, Tehama, we reference a shooting that was in Tehama in Northern California. Classroom technology. We're going to ensure that all students have access to updated technology, critical to providing a strong foundation in science, right? Just giving them a full flavor. Again, these are very or somewhat convincing, strong results. The last set we did, again, it's right at your vote or higher, 71 to 75 convincing. Fiscal education, portables, you're going to, trailers, including some that have been in use for 40 years. Accountability, this measure has strict fiscal safeguards, including citizens oversight, annual independent financial audits. No money from this measure will go to administrator salaries or pensions. Job creation, right? So you can see we tried to hit a number of different statements that people would say, or why these are needed. Okay, once we've finished those positive statements, we came back and asked the same 75 words. Okay? Your initial vote was 69. Your vote after these public education is 71. Doesn't look like a large movement, but to get into the 70s or a high 60s is at the highest we've seen for any school bond that is in the last few years. 71% said they would support. I circled the 45% because we actually increased the definite yes. We're always looking to that definite yes related to the definite no. You can see now we're clearly at 3-1 from the 16 definite no. Again, only 8%, so 92% are voting. No confusion of it. Consistent level of support. Okay? Any quick questions? I think, Michael, this is your next steps. It's always nice to deliver positive results these days. Pollsters are delivering a lot of sad results in many places, so it's a pleasure.
We have a question. There's a question.
Yes.
Yes, I just wondering if you can give us some idea of if the bond was passed, what the effect would be on our taxes.
With support from the voters and approval on the ballot, the legal limit is an estimated $60 per 100,000 of taxable assessed value. So that for a home that had a taxable assessed value of 100,000, that would be $60 a year. So if you had a home that was 300,000, you multiply that by 3. If you had a home that was 500,000, you would multiply that $60 a year by 5. So that would be the financial impact to the taxpayer on that. So I'm going to wrap it up here and go into what happens next. So before I do that, I'd like to give you the team conclusions of what you just heard. The initial support for a District 2022 district bond funding measure is very strong, with over 71%. We need 55. At this preliminary stage, the district is well positioned for further community outreach and planning leading up to a board's decision on a ballot, placing a bond measure for the district on the ballot in November. That board meeting would be, the target would be July 13th, which is a scheduled board meeting. The district's types of school facility projects that you need to do are highly supported by the community as well. Finally, there is more than sufficient support from the local voters for a district bond funding measure placed on the 2022 November election ballot to be what we call viable. So the whole point of doing a community survey is we can't fund any of these projects without the community. Is the community supportive? We're here telling you tonight as your team, yes, it is. So this is a wonderful opportunity for Rialto Unified School District. So what are we looking from you? Do we go forward with the continued planning process? What would that be? Well, we've already completed the first steps. What is the financial opportunity? $340 million. Are the voters supportive? The answer to that question is yes. So what's next? Is a community outreach program. That would be a May to September time frame. What that would consist of is really two parts. It would be a focused community outreach program to inform the community of the district's priority school facility needs over the next 10 years. So this is a forward-looking program. It isn't just for next year, the year is for the next 10 years. Okay. The program will also enable the community to provide input back to the district. I'll show you a couple of examples of how that is. So this is an example. I know it's hard to read, but it's in your handouts there. Feedback survey for parents, teachers, and staff. So they will be getting this. This is an example for another school district locally that we worked with on their community outreach program, and this is an example of some of the material that we had prepared back in 2020 for Rialto Unified School District. So that's a May to September. to really inform the community in more detail, what is the district's needs at its very many campuses throughout the district. It is also our plan in June to have an updated tracking survey. So before you are asked to make a decision on placing a ballot measure at your on the ballot, a bond measure on the ballot at your July 13th meeting, we would have the latest and greatest, if you will, updated, where is the community? So it's an abbreviated survey. It is not as comprehensive as this, but it's taking the voter's temperature just before you're going to be asked to vote for a bond measure. And finally, we will also be, let me go back just a little bit here. That very bottom, begin drafting the authorized bond project plan. So John presented you with the 75 words that goes on the ballot. Well, there's another part of what goes on the ballot, and it's what we call an authorized project list. So in that list, we would be developing that between now and July 13th as part of the resolution that you would approve. The voters would see that much more detailed list. So you get the 75 words when you go into the to vote, but in your voter pamphlet, you get a comprehensive list of the authorized projects. Each voter will get that. So with that, I'm looking to you, your team is looking to you, do we go forward with the next steps? Targeting July 13th for, assuming the tracking poll, and I think it'd be a good assumption sitting here today, that the community will be very supportive if you approve in July 13th a bond measure on the November 2022 ballot. And that amount would be $340 million. That's not all your needs, but it's a big chunk of it. Questions? And we're on time. That's amazing for us.
Questions or comments?
Yeah, this isn't a vote. We're just looking, to, is the board receptive for us to continue the planning process, to work with your staff and come back to you? And we can come back to you, more than once, but no later than July 13th.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn board study session?
So move.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The time is 6:54.
Well, we've got a few minutes, right?
Yeah. Thank you, John. We'll start back at 7.
Yeah, those are for the classified employees. So just let me introduce you to. That's what I thought it was. This is Anahi Velasco. Hello, Ms. Velasco. 2008 student board member.
Hello. Glad to have you back. Right. What are you doing now?
I work for a nonprofit with Boston called CASA's County.
Oh, okay, okay, excellent. Good work, community work, yes.
I'll learn yet. Hi, how are you doing? Come over here.
In 2008 when Mr. Mark was. Yeah, I remember. You know Anahi Velasco? Ani's sisters, yes. Yeah, I look at. I know. And Mrs. Kelly was a principal.
In 2008, she was still.
I know, like, I don't know. I don't know, but. So I have her down for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Lord, this is not a good day today.
Madria? Madrida? Madrid?
Take it away, John. Good evening. Open session is reconvened. The regular part of the board meeting will begin with item D1, the Pledge of Allegiance. And for that, tonight, let's have one of our district's former student board members from 2008, Miss Marisol Velasco, who is also a former DSAC student and graduate of Eisenhower High School, class of 2008, lead us in the pledge. Marisol, please come up.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisol. Next, we go to item D2, report out of closed session.
We do not have any.
All right, then we go to D3, adoption of agenda. And before we do, there are some following items that will be corrected as follows. Item under E, presentations, E 2.1, a certificated employee of the year. Laurie Hicks, reading specialist, instead of Dunn Elementary, it should read Dullahan Elementary. And then item H3, business and financial consent items. Item H3.10, agreement with Empowered School Solutions, which is to approve an agreement with Empowered Ed to provide 3-hour virtual training sessions for general education teachers, education specialists, instructional aides, and administrators in inclusive practices, universal design for learning, UDL, as well as 20 hours of individualized coaching for administrative teams, effective May 19, 2022 through June 30th, 2022 at a cost not to exceed $14,000 and be paid from the general fund special education budget. And then there's a pool. The board would like to report that the following item will be pulled from Personnel Services Consent Item, Section 5, H5.1, page 69 of the open agenda. And it's to place on the 39-month reemployment list, Fabella Jr. Manuel, Nutrition Services, Warehouse Delivery Worker, Nutrition Services, May 4th, 2024. So that item will be removed from the agenda, and then the other items will just be corrected as follows. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as corrected?
Move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the time is 7:07. Next, we go to E, presentations. Item E1, Middle School District Student Advisory Committee, DSAC. And for that, our very own student board member, Julian Hunter, will take it away.
All right, first up from Cove Middle School, we have Olivia Arichiga. Well, next on from Frisbee Middle School, we have Judith Madrigal. Okay, from
I think they might all be waiting outside. Okay.
from J. Hugh Middle School, we have Tiffany Alvarez.
All right.
Good evening, Honorable Board, President Montez, Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. I'm Serenity West, J. Hughes ASB Secretary, with our final presentation. I want to thank everyone, especially Ms. Joffrey and Ms. Edith Torres, for putting together informative and motivational DSAC presentations on Wednesday. I gained many life lessons from them. It's bittersweet to walk away from JHU and head towards my future as a Knight. My time at JHU was spent mostly online as we experienced lockdown halfway through my 6th grade year and Bridge Academy during the entirety of my 7th grade year. I was proud and excited to work with my fellow ASB family to bring back our Jaguar culture through dances, pep rallies, lunchtime activities, spirit days, and knowledgeables this year. We created a fun, school-spirited atmosphere that our fellow students embraced and thoroughly enjoyed. We are not done yet, though. With a roar, we wrap up the year with an 8th grade pancake breakfast that was held last week. There will be a PBIS Paul Award celebration next Monday for our Jaguars who have shown they truly exhibit the Jaguar PBIS way. There will be an 8th grade field day next Wednesday, May 25th, and then an 8th grade celebration Wednesday, June 1st. Tiffany and I would like to thank Ms. Joffrey, Dr. Berciaga, Ms. Edith, Mr. Carlos, Matthew, and Joseph for taking us to Universal Studios on Monday. We had a blast. We appreciate you guys giving up your time to make this trip so much fun. Before I go, I have to say, once a Jaguar, always a Jaguar. Take care, my fellow Jaguars. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. To my JHU ASB family, I will miss you. Always remember to be you above anyone else. So now, for the last time as a Jaguar, I want to say I hope you all have a great evening and thank you for allowing us to present all the events JHU has had this year. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, next from Rialto Middle School, we have Margaret Valencia.
Good evening, Honorable Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and the viewing audience. I'm Margaret Valencia, and I'm the proud ASB President of Rialto Middle School. I hope that you're all doing well this evening. RMS students are currently finishing up state testing this week. We know our amazing teachers prepare us more than enough, and our scores will show mastery of the state standards. We wish all the students the best of luck. ASB has been quite busy ending the school year with a blast, from amazing lunch events where we play games and jam out to music, to fun spirit weeks that entertain our students and show our Tiger pride. We have also been busy making this year memorable for our 8th graders. They are currently getting ready for our color rush, which will be held on the last day of school, so get ready for an explosion of color. On behalf of our teachers and staff, we want to congratulate our students who received honor roll for all 3 quarters. We held a virtual and an in-person ceremony where parents were able to cheer their kid on, so congrats to all of our Tigers. ASB looks forward to hosting our 8th graders' final middle school dance, the Hollywood Masquerade Dance, which will be held on Friday, May 27th. Our red carpet entrance starts at 5 o'clock. Hope to see you there. ASB would like to say thank you to Ms. Dominique, our safety team, and Ms. Laura. Thank you, Ms. Dominique and our safety team for helping us with our events and making sure our students are in check and being safe. And thank you to Ms. Laura for helping us from selling tickets to making sure there's nothing funny with our money. Finally, I would like to give a special shout out and thanks to our DSAC team. DSAC has been amazing to me. They have given me every piece of information to be able to strive and succeed in the near future. DSAC has given me an amazing opportunity to strive as a leader and giving me more resources than I could think. So thank you for the advice, confidence, and for being like a family to me. We are the Tigers. This is our year. See us shine and succeed. Hear me roar now and forever. Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, from Cusera Middle School, we have Ashley Luivano.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and the viewing audience. I'm Ashley Luivano, ASB President at Cusera Middle School. Cusera Middle Schoolers have been doing excellent this quarter. We are excited by ending this 2021 to 2022 school year strongly. A week ago, our sports club went on a field trip to watch the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. Those students had a wonderful time. Our ASB and yearbook team also took a trip to Disneyland as a thank you for all of their hard work throughout the school year. We had testing on April 18th to the 22nd. The students were determined and focused on finishing their test. As a reward to the students after a tiring week full of testing, the Cusera staff team had a raffle for all grade levels and the teachers. Our girls soccer team won second place in the championship after ultimately losing to Colt. Even so, we are extremely proud of our team. With the school year quickly coming to a close, our 8th grade students will soon be transitioning to high school. We have planned an 8th grade dance with the theme being Night Under the Stars. That is to take place on May 25th. There will be snacks, a photo booth, and many more cool activities our students will be allowed to participate in. This Friday, we have our annual 8th grade field trip to Knott's Berry Farm. We hope that all our students enjoy a fun day with their friends as one of their last memories of middle school. Our 8th graders are sad to leave, but ready for a new adventure. Lastly, it has been a pleasure to represent Casera Middle School and also like to give a huge thanks to the Casera Middle School ASB team and the council, Ariana Bose, our vice president, Serena DeLeon, our treasurer, and Cheyenne DeLeon, our secretary, as well as my ASB advisor, Ms. DeCesar. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Thank you, Julian. Next, we go to item E2, Rialto USD Employees of the Year, and we'll begin with item E2.1, and our very own board clerk, Mrs. Nancy O'Kelly. No, I'm sorry. Our very own board member, Ms. Dina Walker, will be helping us with the Certificated Employee of the Year, Mrs. Lori Hicks, Reading Specialist at Dullahan Elementary School.
Good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is our pleasure to proudly honor Mrs. Lori Hicks, who was selected as the 2021-22 Teacher of the Year for the Rialto Unified School District. Please come up, Ms. Hicks. You can stand on this side over here. Mrs. Hicks is a third grade reading specialist at Dullahan Elementary School. She has served students in our district for 2 decades. During that time, she has brought a friendly face to all the schools which she's worked at, greeting students by name in the morning and encouraging them to have a marvelous, terrific, wonderful, thrilling, or fantastic day, depending on the day of the week. In the classroom, she's excelled as a teacher and a leader who brings together students, families, and staff in the name of student success. According to Dullahan Elementary School Principal Daniel Husbands, Mrs. Lori Hicks is undoubtedly one of the most amazing teachers I've ever had the privilege of working with. She places her love for students at the center of everything she does. Mrs. Hicks is absolutely deserving of this recognition. Mrs. Hicks was born in Fontana, go Fontana, I'm from Fontana, and raised in the city of San Dimas by her parents, Steve and Kathy LeMaster. Her parents could not make it tonight, but will be watching this on video, so shout out Mom and Dad. The veteran elementary school teacher attended Earl Warren College at the University of California, San Diego, and graduated in 2001 with a degree in human development and a minor in literature writing. She then enrolled in the Teacher's Education Program at the University of California, San Diego to obtain her master's in educational technology. Just 4 days after completing her master's program in 2002, she started her teaching career at Morris Elementary School. On the weekend between graduation and starting her new job, she married her college sweetheart, Mr. Jason Hicks. The couple is the proud parents of Dullahan first grader, Anna Hicks. Is that you? Hey, Anna. Mrs. Hicks spent 6 years at Morris Elementary School before moving to Dullahan in 2008. She also spent a year at Curtis Elementary School before returning to Dullahan Elementary in 2012, where she has remained since. She has spent most of her career teaching primary grades or working as an intervention strategist or instructional strategist. At the beginning of this school year, she moved into the third grade reading specialist position. Congratulations. At Dullahan, Mrs. Hicks has gone above and beyond as a teacher and innovator. She has helped build the school's focus on Leader in Me, which has been adopted at several RUSD schools. She was part of the team that first looked into the program and helped the Dalmatians earn the Lighthouse certification within the program. She serves on many committees and teams, including a recorder for the School Site Council, the site coordinator for PBIS, the site coach for the Leader in Me, teacher moderator for the Student Leadership Lighthouse teams, and a member of the district's equity team. Thank you for all of your hard work that you have given to us, because I know it often doesn't come with an additional stipend. So, talk about that. In her first year as a reading specialist, she helped the third grade team achieve a 53% passing rate on the spring iReady diagnostics. Yay, I see you. During Bridge Academy, RUSD's distance learning model, she created the Dollahan Leadership Lobby, which the California Department of Education recently recognized as a California pivotal practice school. So again, congratulations. Mrs. Hicks is constantly in search of building her skills and knowledge. An avid reader herself, she has been fascinated by the process of learning, reading, and intervention with struggling readers for many years. After attending Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling, the Letters Training Program, she has the privilege to participate in the Newhouse Educational Center's dyslexia training, along with fellow district reading specialists, and completed her coursework in 2021. She is now a certified structured literacy dyslexia interventionist.
Yes.
Thank you again. Ms. Lewis, Flagstaff, Board Member Lewis. In addition to reading, she enjoys painting, hiking, camping, playing board games, being a member of the Huntington Library, Art Museum, and Botanical Gardens, and generally spending time with her family and friends. I am honored and humbled to be recognized as a Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Hicks replied. I work with amazing teachers here at Dollahan, have worked with so many inspiring teachers throughout the district. To be chosen as a Teacher of the Year validates my hard work and the energy I have put into serving my students and fellow staff members. I love my job. I love helping students to feel welcome and safe at school and giving them the tools they need to be leaders and readers. Thank you for this wonderful gift of appreciation, but it is all our appreciation that we're giving to you. So we thank you for your service. Mrs. Hicks, on behalf of the Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Avila, we congratulate you for this annual recognition, and please accept this beautiful plaque on our behalf. And it's Teacher of the Year. And are we doing a thing? I wish I could have been more And if we can have the family, please come up. Mr. Hicks and Miss Anna, can you please come up with your mom and we can take a picture? Are we doing? Yes. Are we going to do pictures first? Okay, let's do the family picture first. Let her say her words. Oh, Walker is moving? Oh. So you can have some words now. We push it.
Board members, Dr. Avila, viewing audience, I'll follow the model of the middle schoolers who spoke so eloquently before. Thank you very much for this honor. I won't speak long because I'll just cry. So I work hard and I really do love my job. And I love these students. Thank you. And I'm so grateful to be here and representing my staff and all the hard work that happens at our school. So thank you very much. And it says Dollahan.
Oh, that's good. Is that what you decided for Right.
And our student board member Julie is wearing him, so that's great. Up a little bit closer, and then everybody look over at Eden. Anna, look over at the lady with the camera. Thank you.
Let's give it up one more time for teacher, Mrs. Lori Hicks. And we really do value you, Ms. Hicks, and all teachers are USD. Thank you for everything that you do for the kids. Next, we go to item E 2.2, Classified Employee of the Year, Violeta Cervantes, Claims Benefits Insurance Technician from Risk Management, and our very own Miss Board Clerk, Mrs. Nancy O'Kelly, will be helping us with this presentation.
Think I picked a few flowers on that. Okay. Well, all this week, as we commemorate California School Classified Employee Week, one thing we know for sure about our classified employees in the Rialto Unified School District is that they are dedicated. And tonight, it is our pleasure to proudly honor the district's 2021-2022 Classified Employee of the Year, Miss Violeta Cervantes. Okay, Ms. Cervantes is a benefits insurance claims technician in risk management employee benefits. She was born and raised in the city of Rialto. She attended Myers Elementary School, Frisbee Middle School, and of course my favorite, Eisenhower High School. Graduating in 2008 when I was there as an assistant principal. Ms. Cervantes has worked in the district since 2011 when she returned to her alma mater, Frisbee Middle School, and worked as a bilingual instructional assistant. From there, Ms. Cervantes promoted to a clerk 2 at Rialto Middle School, and in 2020, she accepted the position of risk management / employee benefits. Upon graduating high school, she attended Santa Rosa Junior College and received 2 associate's degrees in psychology and social behavioral sciences. She completed her bachelor's degree in health administration from the University of Phoenix in 2014. Ms. Cervantes has played a key role throughout the pandemic in helping the district develop safety protocols and procedures which were instrumental in maintaining a safe learning environment for students, according to Mr. Derek Harris, Rialto Unified School District Lead Risk Management and Transportation Agent, which, Derek, you can say hi. The level of detail and support that Ms. Cervantes provided to school site administration and staff was unparalleled. Mr. Harris said of her performance, all schools remained open in spite of the district's local positivity rate being 2 to 7% higher than the San Bernardino County average. She maintained her professionalism and poise while offering sound guidance and direction to support education. Ms. Cervantes also maintained her day-to-day assignment while taking on additional responsibilities. Her performance illustrates the very best in our classified staff. Ms. Cervantes served as the county liaison between the district and the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health, which includes the responsibility to report all positive cases to the SBCDPH. PH is public health. You can get the rest of it. Served as a point of contact for potential outbreaks and collaborated with the county and outside vendors to bring resources to district staff and students, such as testing and vaccinations. She also worked closely with RUSD's athletic directors to ensure students were able to remain on the field in a safe and healthy environment. When asked about the honor of being the Classified Employee of the Year, Ms. Cervantes said she was shocked. Doing the work has always been what she finds most rewarding, she said. The question was why I like my job. The answer is that I have a fur child I need to support. Those fur kids can be expensive, can't they? Before reflecting on the quality service she provides. I really love my job. I never have a dull moment. Every day is different than the day before. The pandemic really showed me how essential our services are. It's about providing assistance so the classes could remain in session. It's making sure that students, staff, and even the community are safe, making sure they are taken care of. And I have to say, I think we did an outstanding job of handling this pandemic and keeping kids in class. So thank you. Ms. Cervantes said she enjoys being in service of others and helping people find answers. I try my best to bring people some sense of relief, a smile, and if I get them to laugh, then I'm golden. I pride myself on my work because it's not about your words. Your actions speak louder than words. It's can you walk the walk, and at the end of the day, my work actions should show my walk. I like to earn respect by working hard and doing my best because those I'm servicing deserve it. Ms. Cervantes credits her parents, Mom, Violeta, and Dad, Eulalio, for instilling a mindset of hard work in her from the time she was young. She said she remembers her father working 2 jobs and at one point working outside the state. When Ms. Cervantes is off of work, she enjoys working hard. She loves to compete in Spartan races and obstacle course. What do you do for fun? She completed a Spartan race last Sunday in Big Bear, making her way through 5 kilometers while racing at 9,000 feet of elevation.
Right.
With an elevation gain of 1,500 feet during the course. She has hiked the tallest peak in Southern California, San Gorgonio Peak, and enjoys being outdoors. She lives on a farm, also known as the Cervantes Sanctuary, with dogs, including her soon-to-be 10-year-old husky, Lucy, rabbits, and cats. In the spirit of working hard as a team, Ms. Cervantes also mentioned that volunteers are welcome at her farm. Ms. Cervantes, on behalf of the Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Avila, thank you for all that you did and continue to do for the Rialto Unified School District community. Congratulations. And we'd like to present Ms. Cervantes with this beautiful plaque. So she can remember this moment always. And this is if you want to put it in something to make sure it doesn't get scratched. And do you have family here?
Yes, my parents.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would have invited you up sooner. I didn't know. Come on up.
Ms. Cervantes, put the white thing down first. Yeah, don't wreck your picture. Don't wreck your picture. You want to say something? You have some words?
Yes, I
Look.
Go ahead.
I really would would like to say thank you to the board president, the Board of Education, Dr. Avila, the cabinet, and everybody in this district. I truly do work for the best. I do believe that you surround yourself with the best, you end up becoming the best. There's nothing really else. I was very shocked when I was informed that I was receiving this award. I come to work on a daily basis because I love doing what I do. Never expecting this kind of recognition. So other than that, thank you very much.
Let's have your mom hold up the flowers, and you can hold your plaque. Nice. If we could turn around and camera first. No, pero con las flores. We can't have any people talking. Everybody's over here. And, okay, do we have everybody from risk management, the department? Over here? Yes, I know. Come on. If you can get over here by Mrs. O'Kelly. Chris, that would be, okay. And everybody looking forward. Risk management. Okay, everybody that came here for her. Everybody that was here tonight for her, please. Can I have switch with Mrs. Lewis, please? She's a little short. Oh. Gloria, if you can come over. Thank you. Just want to even it out. There we go. And I'm going to have you just take this. Thank you. Secret smiles. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
And let's give another round of applause for Violeta Cervantes and all of our classified. Okay, next we go to item F, comments. Item F1, public comments not on the agenda.
We have a few. First, we have Gil Navarro.
He did speak earlier.
That was on closed session.
While waiting Okay, good evening, Board President, Board members, Dr. Avila, Superintendent. My name's Gil Navarro. I'm an education advocate, but the federal regulations call me a non-attorney representative. And for years, parents have contacted me and asking to represent their children as students in a variety of school districts, including Rialto, for a long time. The reason I'm here tonight, I'm very disturbed. When I reviewed the replay of the last board meeting, it made me sick. In fact, I'm not sure that's the right word for it. When a teacher representing other teachers was here at this podium complaining about special ed children in the Rialto Unified School District, complaining about their entitlements, which the federal and state law allows them to have because of their disabilities. Now, I have here the Code of Ethics for educators. It says, commitment to the student. The educator strives to help each student realize his or her potential as a worthy and effective member of society. The educator therefore works to stimulate the spirit of inquiry and the acquisition of knowledge and the understanding and thoughtful formation of worthy goals. In fulfillment of the obligation to the student, the educator, number one, shall not unreasonably restrain the student from independent action in the pursuit of learning. Number two, shall not unreasonably deny the students access to a variety of points of view. Number three, shall not deliberately suppress or distort subject matter relevant to the student's progress. Number four, shall make reasonable effort to protect the student from conditions harmful to learning or to health and safety. And number five, shall not intentionally expose a student to embarrassment or disparagement. These are part of what the educator has made a commitment to the profession when they get their credential to teach in the state of California. So it sickens me to hear that we have a few teachers that speak against students with disabilities. To me, it's a disservice to the Rialto Unified School District. It's a disservice to all the other good teachers that care about all the students in this district. Thank you.
Chris Cordasco.
Good evening, Rialto family. I'm Chris Cordasco, CSEA Chapter President. Tonight, I just want to talk about some positive things. As you know, this week is the Classified School Employees Week. This week was established in 1986 by Senate Bill 1552. I wanted to say thank you to those administrators who have reached out and done something special for their staff. Today, I was lucky enough to be here in the district office. I was asked to come back into the Fiscal Service Department and was told the managers there are doing something for their staff every single day this week. That's very awesome. Also, very much love the video that was posted from the Communications Department. If you haven't had a chance to see that, please take the time to take a look at that. And then, to my surprise, as I'm driving along in Rialto, I see a billboard. And with a big, we love our classified staff from the district. Shared that with all of the staff via email, gotten a lot of positive comments and remarks from that, so thank you very much. I hope you'll have a good evening.
Monica Thomas.
Hi to everyone that's in this room. My name is Monica Thomas, and I am an employee at Kodiak Elementary. I'm also married to someone in this district, so I know a lot of people in this room. I am also, but my most important job is a mom to a student that's at Casera Middle School and one that's about to walk in. My concern is something that my middle school child has brought to my attention. She has told me about the fights. One, that where she was straight out asked, to her face, no reason. Hey, you want to fight? She's like, no, I decline. 10 minutes later, that same person was caught fighting with someone else. Fights are no new thing at middle school, but the difference from when my son, who went to the same school, to now is the TikToks and the other apps that the students are trying to go viral on. People are being jumped just so kids can get it filmed. I know at the high school that phones are being put in teachers' faces when they are trying to break up a fight to see if the onlookers can get the teacher riled up. What support do the teachers have when they are at work? I can call the school, but I know because of my time in this district, because my kid's not involved, I don't get to hear what actually happened. And I understand the HIPAA. But when I looked at my child and I told her that, she's like, but it's your district. It's Dad's district. What can we do? And I said, well, I'll do the only thing I can do. I'll go to the school board and I'll make sure they understand your concern. And if other parents are watching, please ask your kids and see if they are also seeing the same thing. But from, I lost my spot, so sorry. But I know from my time of watching the past board meetings, I know that other teachers have also brought this forward with the same situations, so I know it's happening. What is our board doing to support the teachers so that students like mine don't have to look at their teachers and feel bad for them? My student wants to give something to their teachers because seeing them have pitiful eyes because they can't handle a situation, it does not help me as a parent because I have no control in a situation. I can just make my child feel safe. But she's not feeling safe at Casera Middle School. There was a huge fight after school today. And my daughter somehow, she didn't want to get involved, but the student that was trying to get reprimanded tried throwing his cell phone at my student, saying, take it and hide it. And my student was like, nope, sorry, I'm not doing that. Luckily, she said no, but he handed it off to someone else and they were willing to hide it. So there was evidence of the fight that happened today that never got to be handled. My student came home with that. My last thing is, what can the board implement to help this problem? Thank you.
Ania Lopez.
Hello, my name is Anaya, but I now go by River, and I suffer from mental health issues. I am a transgender African-American male who has experienced bullying and discrimination at Casera Middle School. Because of my sexuality, I've been accused of sexual assault by my ex-best friend and lost friends because of this. My school did not handle the situation properly, as I was forced to change classes because my ex-best friend was uncomfortable. Because of the rumors that were spread and the friends that I lost, a classroom change was what pushed me over the edge. If the school had handled the situation properly, I would have not ended up in a mental hospital and I would not have the scars I have today. The punishments I faced were done without my parents' knowledge, even though I was told my mom knew. Immediately after returning back to school, I was questioned by police. My experiences did not stop there as the bullying began. Cruel pranks were pulled on me by my peers in AVID class, such as water being poured on my seat, a confetti egg being cracked on my head, granola being thrown at me, and being made fun of for the very outfit I'm wearing now. I wish I could say that the bullying stopped by now, but it has not. In fact, it was just yesterday a rock was thrown at my head. The school who did this act was not punished. Because of all of this bullying, I have gained a medical condition which I've also been bullied for. I have been traumatized physically and mentally, and I have gone through more stress than any 13-year-old should have to go through. I wish that justice and action can be taken so my parents can go to bed peacefully without having to worry if I'd be alive when they wake up. Thank you for listening.
Horacio Estrada. Of course.
Hold it right there so you can see. Let me know when it's 3 minutes, okay? Hello, I am the mom of Aiden J. at Casera Middle School, and I'm a registered nurse. He was injured at school by a bully. His right arm looked like the letter S. My child was screaming at the top of his lungs due to pain. School called me and it went as follows. May I speak to the parent of Aiden Jimenez? Then I said, this is me. Then Mrs. Reynosa said, have they called you? Aiden got injured in PE and it appears his arm is broken. Can you come get him? I said, I'll be right there. I assumed 911 had been called and I was just arriving to the incident. I called 911 when I arrived. School did not know their protocol and did not follow it. They continued to not keep my child safe. I informed Mr. Bobrick and Ms. Delgado Brown and Mrs. Jackson that my child was brave enough to come to school and I did not want this child in Aiden's classes. They shared 5 out of 6 classes. They agreed and did not follow through. I found out when I picked up my child from school that they only took him out of first period. No accommodations were made for my child. I emailed all his teachers at night and asked for accommodations. I called the district the next day to complain and ask for help. Mr. Burciaga was assigned. When I asked what the protocol for the medical emergencies, both assistant principals and the health aide had different answers that were not our USD policy. I informed them that we sign medical release at the beginning of the year every year. I questioned why that form was not available to them immediately and why it took them a few days to get it to me. I didn't get a response. The health aide said that the nurse who was at school and didn't address me had mentioned that a bone has to be protruding through the skin in order to call 911. Mrs. Jackson said that they needed permission, which they could even ask me over the phone if that was the case. Mr. Bobrick said he would assume if the bone is bent out of shape, you would call 911, but that he would have to check with the nurse what the protocol was. I asked them, if this was their child, would they not call 911 right away, or would they wait to see what someone else says? There was silence on that conference call. I asked Mrs. Jackson why 4 safety officers were sitting in the office when I arrived. She said, because kids are in class. Then I asked, why can't they patrol PE if you had a problem there yesterday? Because that is not their job, she said. We have PE teachers. I said, where were they when my child got injured? There was no one present, and because kids can't have their phones, there was a delay in care for my child. Aiden had the complete break of his radius and ulna. He could lose sensation and arm function due to not following protocols. My son is an exemplar student who is in competitive hip hop, jazz, and gymnastics, and this event has set him back. He can't fully audition for the high school dance team either at Los Osos High School because of this. I sent Cusera, assistant principal and health aide, page 66, which is on this poster of Rialto USD student handbook, to educate them at Cusera, and Mrs. Jackson still stated she did not know the protocol and that risk management would have to get to me. Right here.
Steps 1 through 4 were not done. Step 1, call 911 or safety control dispatch. Step 2, remain calm and provide comfort to the sick or injured person. Step 3, provide name, location, and type of emergency. Step 4, stay on the phone for instructions. Step 5, providing first aid if you are certified. Step 6, follow the directions from the emergency personnel. Step 7, move victim only if danger is imminent. Step 8, designate someone to first responders. Why should we be a leader if she Why should she be a leader if she does not know protocol? I urge you to have the critical incident response plan posted all over campuses to educate children and staff. Police officers should be on campus so that they can give kids citations and suspend them for their actions. Safety officers don't have the same experiences and training that police officers do. Police officers and or safety officers in the meantime should help patrol PE. Why would they only patrol in between classes, before and after school? I ask of you to not just slap this kid on the wrist. In life, actions have consequences, and he should have disciplinary action and not be able to attend Knott's Berry Farm to begin with. Per Aiden, Dr. Knott's policies, people with full arm cast cannot ride roller coasters. It is only fair. Help me get justice for Aiden and implement change within. Thank you.
Michael Montano.
Good
Good evening, everyone in attendance and those viewing at home. Came to speak on safety and cell phones. Monday at the school I teach, during class time, there was a 2-on-1 fight. This was during class time, with 5 students ready to film before the fight even began. It seemed like an ambush. Phones used to orchestrate, distribute, and brag, which promotes these unsafe behaviors. Tuesday, we had multiple fights. One after lunch, which video began before the girl unexpectedly started to get hit from behind. Let's not forget all the TikTok challenges at the beginning of the year that promoted and resulted in property damage. I emailed the board and Dr. Avila earlier today about staff that was traumatized by watching the horror I do not want to mention here because I don't want students to watch this and be able to say, yeah, I did that. Today, just before 6th period, we had another fight that was planned, probably with aids of cell phones. Before coming to the meeting, I was informed that on Instagram, there is a screenshot going around that said, you shouldn't come tomorrow, May 19th, with the threat that I do not want to mention here. We took the time to put together a cell phone committee and establish a policy. So now I'm asking we make this policy a priority with fidelity at our schools next year. Take a unified stand to protect our students and help us focus on learning. Assembly Bill 272, signed into law by the governor, allows school board to adopt a policy to limit the use of smartphones by students while they are at school. The bill declares there is a growing evidence that unrestricted use of smartphones by students during the school day interferes with the educational mission of schools, lowers pupil performance, particularly among low-achieving pupils, promotes cyberbullying, and contributes to an increase in teenage anxiety, depression, and suicide. Unfortunately, we can now add violence and destruction to that list. Our board policy 5131.8, students may use cell phones, smartwatches, pagers, or other multiple communication devices before school begins and after the regular school day ends. Devices must be turned off and not visible during the school day, which includes passing periods, recess, and lunch. Again, I'm asking we make this policy a priority with fidelity at our schools next year. Take a unified stand to protect our students and help focus on learning. Thank you.
Tobin Brinker.
Good evening, board members. Before I can speak to the issues that I wanted to speak to, and I have to address a few things that were already said. First thing, to Mr. Navarro, I was here at the last board meeting and I heard something very different from the teachers that spoke. They weren't here bad-mouthing special ed students at all. They were here talking about the severe violence that's going on in our classrooms and the issues that they're dealing with. And I told you then, and I'll tell you now, if the teachers don't feel safe, I guarantee you the students don't feel safe. And they were here asking for help, not here to badmouth our special ed students, so we've got to put that aside. Secondly, to the parents that are here, this district has made decisions. One of the decisions they made was to get rid of the contract with our city police to have them on our campuses. The parents talked about having police. They need to know that decision was made. I'm here tonight to talk about a policy decision that you guys have made, not policy decision, something in the contract allows you to put teachers on admin leave, paid admin leave, and how that's affecting the teacher's ability to respond to issues. I came here a couple months ago and talked about a staff member who broke up a fight and was put on paid admin leave. That staff member has been off for 4 months, not back on our campus. The kids who did the fight, were back right away. No consequences for them, but the adult is out for 4 months. The kids are walking around saying they got that adult fired. That person is not fired. But the consequences for us seem to be so much more severe. And that staff member has never been trained on how to break up a fight. None of us have. You know what they gave us? A whistle. This is what I get to help me to deal with when there's a fight. And so I'm asking you to look at how you're using these policies, this paid admin leave. I've put in a California public records request to find out exactly how many teachers in this district are on paid admin leave and for how long. We had a staff member that was at my site that was put out on admin leave this week. I believe her due process rights were violated. Put out on a Monday, brought back, she'll be back tomorrow, congratulations. But you know, the emergency use of that stipulation in our contract is only if that person's if there's a risk to the kids and the staff. Nothing like that existed. They should have been given notice that they were going to be put out on admin leave. They should have had the right to go through the process and deal with that. None of that's being followed. You're abusing the admin leave policy, and I believe that it's undermining our staff. People don't want to show up and don't want to get involved in situations because we know you don't have our back. We're the ones who are going to be thrown out the door and left to die. And I hate to say it like that, but that's how it feels. That's how it feels. And you know, what I wrote here tonight, what I wanted to say to you is I wanted to talk to you about how I teach in my classroom. I always like to start with a teaching moment. I'm currently teaching about the Age of Enlightenment, and the kids are learning about rights and things like that. And we went over the Bill of Rights, and we talked about the Fifth and the Sixth Amendment. You know, the Fifth Amendment about due process, the Sixth Amendment about the right to a speedy trial. Our teachers deserve that, right? Our staff members deserve those same rights. I feel like you're violating our rights, and you've got to do better because it's undermining the whole safety of our schools. It really is. Thank you.
Janal.
Good evening. My friend started off long-term subbing for the district and then worked at Frisbee Middle School as a 6th grade math and science teacher for 4 years under different types of waivers as he worked through his credential program. Through this time, he built and maintained great relationships with his coworkers, administrators, students, and parents. Okay, now I'm going to read it like I'm him. I have never had an issue with administration or the district until this school year. I have never had a student, parent, teacher, or administrator complaint until this school year. This year at Frisbee, I started off as a subbing again. This is him talking through me. I had used all of my waivers and had missed enrollment into Alliant University's internship program. I had done some long-term assignments and was very happy to see schools open back up from a 1.5 year hiatus. In November, I was approached by Ms. Ennis, the assistant principal, about a position that you, the board, was considering creating. It was the school site substitution position. I was told if approached, each school would get 2 of these positions and that I would be offered one of them. A position opened up. Immediately, upon accepting the position, I began asking for access to Synergy. This is our grading and attendance system. I knew the quarter was coming to an end and wanted the students to have a month's worth of work to help raise their grades. Daily, I asked for access, and every day I got the same response. Dr. Gaines has not approved it yet. I did my due diligence by printing out grade books and writing down the students' grades on their assignments. Every day I asked until December 15th. That was the Wednesday of the week we were ending the quarter and going on winter break. On Friday, 12/17, the day we leave to go on winter break, I get a phone call at about 4 p.m. asking me if I can enter grades for the students. I told him no, the grade book was not in the portable. I was even asked if I could come back to do it. Mind you, this was hours of work that all could have been avoided had Dr. Gaines had the foresight and leadership skills that would have given me access to Synergy for the weeks prior that I had asked for. During winter break, I was given access to Synergy, so when I got back, I had checked the students' grades to see what Dr. Gaines had done about them, and what I found out still shocks me when I think about it. First, the classes were put in my name, and the grades were submitted under my name without my approval or knowledge. As I open the grade book, I see the assignments that the students were graded on for the entire quarter. Some classes had as little as 3 assignments, and the most were 5. The last assignment created and entered grades was for November 8th, which means all the work the students completed after November 8th did not count towards their grade. This is insane. I have graded assignments every day, so to think these students' second quarter grades were based off of 3 to 5 assignments and that the last month and a half of work counted towards nothing is shameful. Again, a lot of this could have been avoided by Dr. Gaines. The cherry on the top, though, is that these grades were submitted in my name without my knowledge or approval. I was in the classroom from 12:03 to 1:24, and on my way to work on the 25th, I started getting a bunch of notifications saying I had been removed from the assignment. At first, I thought I had been fired. No one told me anything, which seems to be a common theme with this district, a lack of communication.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to
No
Thank
problem.
you.
No
Thank you.
problem. To be continued, to be continued.
Daniel Tillett.
Continuation. So I called the district and spoke with Rhonda, and she told me that I had been removed from the assignment at the request of Dr. Gaines. And the residential substitute position I was offered by Ms. Ennis was not available. I was told multiple times that Frisbee only was allotted one residential sub position, and they had offered it to Mr. Smith, who took over my classroom. It wasn't until speaking with Dr. Gibbs that I found out not only was Frisbee allotted two of those positions, but they still had one open. Dr. Gaines did not offer me the open position to remain in the 6th grade math and science class, the same one I had taught for the previous 4 school years. I even have emails with Rhonda and others stating that I was the best person for the position and that they couldn't tell me why I was not given the position. Not only was I not offered the position, I wasn't allowed to go back to Frisbee with no explanation. Maybe because I'm white. Maybe because I'm a Christian. Maybe it's because I came out as non-binary during our PLC with Robert Jackson about being the educator they need. For whatever reason, I was being discriminated against by Dr. Gaines. Also, I was in a classroom at Eisenhower School for what was supposed to be 3 weeks. It was great because I got to see a lot of the students that I had not seen in years. I got to hear how they were doing and even preparing for college. It really recharged my batteries and reminded me of why I wanted to be a teacher. However, on the Monday of my 3rd week, I had an incident happen during 4th period. One of my former students came to the desk and said, "Mr. B, someone is airdropping naked pictures of underage students." I asked if she was serious, to which she replied yes. I told her to go get security, and I waited for them to show up before addressing the class. A couple minutes later, 3 security officers showed up with 2 persons from administration. One of them explained what was happening and that it was when a student began arguing with me about why did I get security involved and why did I make such a big deal about it and how it happens all the time. I argued back saying, irregardless of whether you're a minor or not, it's still a crime to have child pornography, and it is another crime to whoever is doing it and distributing it. I explained that it was disgusting and illegal, and whoever was doing it needs to be caught and held accountable. The worst investigation ever took place, and nothing was found out, and no one was held accountable. The following 2 days, I tried to follow up with what was happening, and if they wanted an incident report from me, and I was told just to email it. It was obvious that nothing was going to be done, and that they were just trying to cover it up. But I wasn't going to allow that to happen.
Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we want to hear about this felony.
Brenna Tillett.
I am John Barkley. Thank you, board, and Superintendent Avila for your time. This has been my speech so far, and I will finish it. So the incident happened in Eisenhower, the worst investigation took place ever, and nothing came about it. And I was pursuing, do you guys want like an incident report? And I was just kind of shunned away and then told to just email. I won't say anybody's names, but if anybody wants to know more details, well, they could read the police report. But Wednesday, I get a call from the teacher who I was taking over from, and and they had said why I had quit the assignment 2 days early, not working Thursday and Friday, and I said I didn't. So then I called Dr. Gibbs and explained to her why I had been taking off the assignment, and she said she didn't know. She had to look into it. And she calls Eisenhower, and someone over there tells her that I had a student a complaint for being too aggressive for how I handled the situation. When I explicitly waited for security and admin to show up before I even addressed the class. And not only was admin and security encouraged me, agreeing with what I was arguing with the student that was arguing with me about why I was reacting the way I did. They removed me from the assignment for being too aggressive, and they didn't think I was too aggressive at the time when this was all going down. So apparently there's a student complaint. No one has seen it, but I'm very interested in seeing what it says. Lastly, when did holding people become non-existent, especially with grades? You know, we teach our students up until 8th grade. Their grades really don't matter because we pass them. I've taught 6th grade at Frisbee for 4 years, math and science, and I'd say 90% of the students getting to me at that time couldn't do a multiplication table. And you want me to teach them how to multiply mixed numbers and pre-algebra and everything like that. A lot of our greatest lessons as a human race is through our failures. And we're not allowing our students to fail until they become old enough to where now they can, they're semi-autonomous and are big enough and brave enough to do whatever they want to do. Would it be better for a student to learn that grades matter at 2nd grade or as a sophomore in high school? I would say 2nd grade. You see a constant theme with teachers, parents not feeling safe. When did removing parental rights as being informed about their children become the school's issue only? When the 2 assistant principals got arrested at Carter for not reporting multiple sexual assaults on campus, I said, how do we get to that point? And by what I saw happen with the child porn that was sent, that's a step towards sexual assaults not being reported on campus, and it's shameful. Bring the news.
Susan Garcia.
Good evening to everybody. I'm here as support for our friend Barkley. It's infuriating to sit here as a parent and listen to all of these accounts of people who have personally had their children injured in any manner, shape, or form. I'm sure that if in any of these situations it was one of your children, you guys would definitely do something about it, or at least make that intent to do something about it, whether it be, you know, a rock being thrown at your kid's head, whether it be an arm being broken, whether it be your child's naked picture being passed around to different classrooms. I mean, this is ridiculous. Something needs to be done. And you guys are in the position to make those changes. Please, please find the time, the effort put into it, and do it. Thank you.
Maisha Calloway.
Good afternoon, school board, innovation team, and the viewing audience. I'm Maisha Calloway, the president of REA, which is our teachers union. I'm here today to give some excellent news. First, I want to say congratulations to all of our teachers that have been awarded. Miss Hicks tonight, Miss Valletta, also the teachers that were given awards for making outstanding progress with iReady scores. That was excellent. We're so happy to see those scores moving. I also wanted to report that REA was able to give out 20 scholarships to our high school seniors. 6 were given to Rialto High School, 5 to Ike, 5 to Carter, 2 to Zupanik, 2 to Myler. Each student received their nice check of $800 each, and we came to a grand total of $16,000. So we're proud of our seniors. We wish you guys the best as you continue on your life journey. We also want to say thank you to all the awesome teachers, all the educational staff that push these students along the way. Basically, that's all I came to talk about tonight, but a lot of things are going on, so I just wanted to throw in, I know Gil Navarro made some comments tonight as an advocate, but I just wanted to also say that all of our teachers do love our students, but they have families at home, and they have to make sure that they are safe and in one piece, and that they make it home as well. The other thing that they were also advocating for was the safety of themselves, our special ed students, and the other students and staff members that are in the classroom. The only other thing that I wanted to say is, Mr. Montez, I know last week you threatened that you would take REA and SCA off the agenda, and I see you followed through with that, so I do see that you are a man of your words. I hope everyone has had an excellent school year, and I hope everyone has an excellent summer. Have a wonderful night and get home safe.
That is all we have, items not on the agenda.
Next, we go to items on the agenda. Any person wishing to speak on items on the agenda would be granted 3 minutes. And before we go on to items on the agenda, I just would like to say that we want to be as fair as possible to everybody and allow 3 minutes for every single person to make their public comments. But I think it's a little unfair to, kind of bend the rules and, allow people to use comments on the agenda to finish speaking about what they were talking about off the agenda, that kind of sneak around, I mean, we want to be mindful to our students that we want to lead by example and not show the students that, hey, we can come and clown around at the board meeting and, bend the rules and break the rules, or, or write up a long speech and pass it to 10 different people to finish that speech. Please, excuse me, please. And I understand, and we want to be sensitive to everybody's concerns, and we want to listen. We're more than welcome to email us. You're more than welcome to write to us, to ask for a meeting. But at the public board meeting, we just would like to remind everyone to please adhere to the 3-minute rule, and we appreciate it. So next we'll go, and if we're gonna continue to speak out from the public, I'm gonna have to ask people to leave. We are at a public school board meeting, and I'm not gonna allow people to speak out from the audience, other than from the podium. So if you'd like to keep speaking from the audience during the board meeting, you're more than welcome to leave before we ask you to leave. Otherwise, we're going to continue with the meeting. And go ahead, comments on the agenda?
Ophelia Fitzpatrick. Ophelia Fitzpatrick.
Please, no comments from the audience, please. We're in a school board meeting, please.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board, audience, and Superintendent Dr. Avila. I'm here to discuss, or to really look to and talk about something that the Rialto Unified School District is known for, and that is for being responsive to our student needs in a way that it looks at the majority. It also looks at the individual student, and that is today that I'm talking here about what we're going to call the independent study. When we looked at how COVID hit our educational system, the paradigm that we had, it really shifted kind of our student needs, our teacher needs. And we are really at a turning point and a difficult crossroads for both students and teachers, and we see that, we hear it. We see that the integration of going back into a classroom, both for teachers and students, has been very difficult. We see that the strongest voices for those are those that are speaking are the teachers. The frustration, the difficulty. We don't hear the massive outcry, let's say, of the students in those same classrooms. Because for every teacher that is faced with the difficulty, there has to be 36 individuals in that classroom that are also in that situation. And they have less of a voice, less of a power situation, where they are then held captive to that adult. So when we look at independent study, and what I really liked about the board policy is that it looks at a rigorous, challenging program where a student can face or look towards an alternative educational setting, where he or she will feel more confident and in facing a rigorous, challenging program where sometimes the educator is far removed, but the educational content is close right hand. So we really do have to look at our educational paradigm and this classroom situation and how we are encountering it and meeting those needs of our students. And our students do deserve the best, our thoughtful best. And in the independent study, I really like the language of a rigorous, challenging program where we're going to look at the evaluation process of that student based on student performance. Best and set on the emotional, social needs of those individuals. I think with today's shift in education, we really do have to then look also at our teachers' social, emotional situations so that we can better merge those two parts. So we really are looking at a turning point in education, and I'm so happy to see that Rialto Unified School District is moving forward and spearheading such an innovative program where we're looking at the individual student in terms of that independent study. So thank you very much for tonight.
Thank you.
Griselda Montoya.
Good evening, distinguished board members and Superintendent Dr. Avila. My name is Griselda Montoya, Women's Studies teacher at Eisenhower. I am here to express my delight that Rialto Unified has been proactive with board item H14 on volunteer assistance, board policy 1240A. As an educator and mom, I believe that bringing parents into our schools will add cultural value and richness into our school culture. As a coordinator to the Multicultural Center at Eisenhower, my goal is to facilitate parent engagement for an organic cultural experience. Thank you.
Felicia Izquierdo.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Avila, and viewing audience. I am here on behalf of parents willing to volunteer, provide their time and support to our students in the Rialto Unified School District. These parents do not meet the new requirement of being fully vaccinated and would like to advocate on behalf of lifting this mandate. As we understand the intention behind this policy, it is frustrating and discriminating in the sense that school staff, after-school personnel, vendors supporting with school activities and assemblies do not have this policy to abide by. Whereas these individuals work with the students in close proximity for long periods of time. Of course, safety is always a main concern, but as we all know, our environments are constantly changing and adapting, and policies should also be adjusted accordingly. I know a lot of parents who felt their feedback on this was not welcomed, and I am asking you to consider to keep Rialto a community that can discuss and include all perspectives without prejudice. Please do not limit our students' resources and help us continue to provide as much support as we can. Thank you for your time.
Michael Montano.
Good evening. Once again, I saw that the board that on the agenda is to approve the SIPSA for some sites for the 22-23 school year, which is next year. Earlier in the year, I was in correspondence with the California Department of Education, and I have some copies of the emails that were sent, and it's, I'm just going to read a couple of lines in here, and you can read the rest. But it says, This means the school site council in its entirety should be developing, reviewing, and approving the SIPSA, not just a portion of the school site council members. So meaning that the members for next year, some of them are not yet on the school site council because they're on staggered terms, and the SIPSA is supposed to be written for that year's students. So next year's students should be written by next year's school site council. So to approve them at this time is, well, kind of not following the guidelines that they suggested. And then that was, this email that I just read was back in September. And just over a week ago, May 10th, I inquired to see if that was still a policy, to which the reply was, the guidance provided in the previous email is still relevant and applicable today. Here are copies for each of the board members and Dr. Avila. Sorry, Julian, I completely forgot about you. I'm so sorry. And I just wanted to share that, so I don't think that it's appropriate that it be voted on in this time since it's for next year. Thank you.
Barbara Lopez.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I speak? Okay, this is that okay to say non-agenda because I wasn't called? This is a non-agenda item because I wasn't called. I'm the wife
I'm
of,
sorry, we're past the items not on the agenda. These are items on the agenda
well,
only.
I submitted, but I wasn't
Last-
called.
Last week, we had to stop somebody that wanted to speak on item not on the agenda during this time, and I have to stop you too. I'm sorry.
So how do I get to speak?
Next board meeting, fill out the item on
And then
the
I can
agenda.
then I can hope that I can speak if I do the same thing, fill out an item on the
Ma'am,
agenda
I'm
and then
so- ma'am, I'm
hope and
sorry,
pray
I'm-
that I get called?
Ma'am,
Are
I'm
you
sorry,
not
we're gonna have to.
discriminated
call out
against?
Are
the
you
next person.
Barbara?
Yes.
Yeah, it was checked off as
No,
item.
no, you guys, we have 5 people that submitted a non-agenda item and only 4 were able to speak. So I'm wanting to know why, if I
So
submitted a non-agenda item, why we couldn't speak.
when I called Brenna,
Mhm.
Brenna Tillett, that's when John stepped up and says,
Right.
I'll take it from here.
Right. We're going in order,
Yeah.
but you didn't call John Barkley, so.
Because he stepped up. That's when Mr. Barkley stepped
Okay,
up and
so
said, I'll
I'll
take
go
it
for
from
Brenna.
here.
Then I'll do Brenna then.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, we have to go to the next person.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, we have
Like
to
we-
follow the agenda. Please,
you
no more
didn't
calling
call
out from
because
the
I didn't get
audience.
to speak.
I'm gonna have to ask people to leave if you continue to scream out from the audience. You're more than welcome to join us in the West Wing, where there's more seating over there, but if anyone continues to call out from the audience and speak out of turn, I'm gonna have to ask you to please go to the other room. We gotta go to the next person.
So that was Barbara Lopez.
Discrimination.
Don't get comfy in your seats, because you guys are about to get.
Ma'am, please, we're in a board meeting, please don't scream out. Do you have somebody
That-
else?
That is it.
Next, we go to item F3. And Julian Hunter, take it away.
Well, just got a few things I want to say. First and foremost, I want to thank the Board of Education for this opportunity to sit up here. Starting my high school career, I would have never dreamt of doing something like this. And, you know, it's kind of surreal to think this is my last meeting and that I've kind of been here the whole time. And something else that I've been wanting to say that has kind of been in the back of my mind, and some people may think I'm not qualified to talk about this considering I'm still a kid, but I do think that 3 minutes is more than enough time, and that I get it. You know, some of these topics you can get emotional about, and you just want to get everything out. But I don't think at the board meeting is the proper time to do it. I think the board meeting is the perfect time to bring up what is the problem, and then you take time after that to really push and find a solution after that. And, because, obviously if you can get it all in 3 minutes, great, but, it just ends up arguing, and that's not what anybody wants. That doesn't help anybody. So I do think that we should keep the 3 minutes, you hit the hot topics in the 3 minutes, and then we go into the, we nitpick and get every detail after that with, through emails, meetings, whatever need be. And, that's all I got to say tonight.
Next, we go to F4, comments from the superintendent. Take it away.
Thank you, President Montes. I just want to congratulate Mrs. Hicks and Ms. Cervantes for their honor and their work that they do here in our district. This week, we also celebrated Classified Employees Week, so please join us. I think Chris already announced that there's a video posted on our website. Take a look at it and appreciate the hard work that our classified staff does. I'm also thrilled to announce the top scholars from Myler and Zupanik High School. Congratulations to Ulysses Juarez, who will serve as a top scholar from Myler, and Leslie Juarez, who will serve as a top scholar from Zupanik High School. Congratulations to you both. And speaking of Myler, it was an honor to celebrate Myler history teacher, Mr. Jeffrey Wisman, as California Continuation Education Association Plus Teacher of the Year, and Myler's Model Continuation High School last weekend in Long Beach. It was a great time to celebrate the achievements of Mr. Wisman and the staff at Myler Zupanik High School, starting with Dr. Kyla Griffin. Go Myler Zupanik. And the district held its first ever in-person reclassification ceremony on Friday, May 13, 2002 at Carter High School. It was great to celebrate the hundreds of students from elementary, middle, and high school who have reclassified from English learner status to fluent English proficient. I too learned English as a second language, so I know the struggles and the hard work that goes into being reclassified. These students will have a world of opportunities ahead of them by being fluent in more than one language. Also, along the same lines of reclassification, I want to thank Mrs. Baldwin, fourth grade teacher at Bemis Elementary School, for allowing me to kind of run into her classroom today and drop off a district pin for her, for all the hard work that she has done to work with those students, especially Brandon Garcia. Brandon received a pin and a gift card because at the elementary celebration, I quizzed them because I wasn't convinced that they had met all the requirements to be reclassified. So I gave an in-the-moment assessment, and he was a young man that screamed out the answer right away. So I promised a gift card. I delivered it today along with a district pin to honor his participation. I also had the pleasure of attending Eisenhower High School's annual choir spring concert this past Saturday, and all I can tell you is wow. And I think you will agree that when we visit classrooms or when we visit performances, we kind of shelter ourselves from the outside world, and we find ourselves in amazement based on the talent that we see. And so sometimes, as I've said before, when things are getting a little rough in the district, I visit classrooms and get reminded of what my purpose is here in the district and as a person. And so I felt the same way Saturday, just seeing the amazing talent that Stephanie Chamberlain, the choir director at Eisenhower High School, is able to evoke from those kids. The solo performances, the group performances, the dance routines were amazing. And there was one student, I think it's Christina Cruz, who actually brought me to tears with the song that she sang, Amor Eterno, Eternal Love, which is a song dedicated to a mother who has passed. And remember that my mother passed 1.5 years ago, and so she had me literally in tears. And I also want to, and that's it, actually, that's it. That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. Next, we go to F5, comments from members of the Board of Education. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Walker.
I would just like to say congratulations again to our Employee of the Year, Lori Hicks, and our Employee of the Year classified, Violeta Cervantes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we go to our board clerk, Ms. Nancy O'Kelly.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Mrs. Hicks and Ms. Cervantes for being Employees of the Year for either the certificated or the classified personnel. I mean, that's a big award, and you both definitely deserved it. And I had a wonderful time when I attended the Senior Awards Night at Carter High School last week. Now been to Rialto High and Carter High, and tomorrow night I will be at Eisenhower High. So, kidding all three of them this year. And it's been a long time since I've done that because we haven't had them. And I was going to be at the concert on Saturday too. And at the last minute, my daughter asked me to babysit two of my grandchildren so she could take the other one to the doctor because he needed to see a doctor. So I was unable to go, and I was heartbroken. And that's about it. I hope everybody has a good week. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we go to our very own Vice President, Mrs. Stephanie Lewis.
Okay, ladies first. Okay, I want to say Happy Nurse Week. I want to congratulate our health services, our school nurses, our health clerk, our own board nurse practitioner. When you're coming out of a pandemic, there's going to be so much, you don't realize the toll that it takes on everyone. And so this year we're seeing the mental health, the stress, the just getting back, and no one expected the tremendous toll that has taken out. We celebrated that we had school for the whole year, but it took a toll. And so as we reimagine how we deal with certain problems and the more aggressiveness and different behaviors and things like that, we are really thinking hard. I was able to visit our safety team and our safety officers, and we're looking at better technology, better motion detections for fight. We're really trying to be comprehensive. People don't realize that the safety team is just not working during the school hours. They have to monitor the facility too. They have to monitor so many things. It's a 24-hour position. And when you think about the police officers in the city of Rialto, if you pull from them, from the school, you have the whole city, right? So we're looking at technology. We're looking at parent responsibility. We're looking at community. I also went to the parent team and walked into one of their very engaging meetings, and they're looking at, they didn't know I was coming, and they were having a meeting, and I made myself comfortable for 5 minutes, but they were really engaging in looking at strategies, and they were on point about how to involve all the parents and how to work effectively as a team with all the schools. And then I popped in on the math innovation team. And, I hear people speak, but I like to go to the source, and it was very enlightening how they included the teachers. They have the math specialists. They were looking at the textbook. They were looking at how we can create assignments in the proper order. So, the teachers, the parent team, they're putting in the work. Then I went to the attendance, expulsion. I'm like, how do it start? What's the process? And I met with Adam, and he walked me through the process of when someone is having a behavior or getting in trouble, and how they try to work with the source, and about time it comes up to a hearing. It's been a lot of documentation. So, when we're like expulsion and suspension, it's been a lot that's been going on before they get to that point. And I had to learn that for myself, and I had to understand the process. But when I was driving and going to the school, I saw parents just allowing their kids to be on their neighborhood's yards. And there's no grass. If you live across the street, you have no grass because the kids are they're picking them up in front of people's houses in the tree. Other parents were selling food out of the trunk of the car, which was a safety issue. So safety goes both ways. you know. And so we have to be cognitive of our students, of our community, of property. And I'm just so excited about the Divergent Games. You know, I'm all for that and really highlighting, and be out there early Saturday morning. But it's a comprehensive, and I think the district on all levels is putting in the work. And we still want your comments, but when you go to the schools and you see the happiness, and you see, you know, 85% of the kids are having an awesome time, and you see, you know, most of the teachers, they're just happy they made it through the year. But I like to hear the whole and see the whole pictures, but we're working on it. We're working hard and we're taking it serious. But don't forget that the kids are learning and growing, and we're demanding excellent in academics and in social behaviorals. And just my last plug is on an elementary school level, play is their therapy. And so, you know, really as Dr. Gibbs really was innovative of getting the reading specialists, we really need to get the play therapists at the elementary and trying to help them work through their frustration. A lot of the teachers said they really want that, and I'm saying an indoor, outdoor type of wellness program, because that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, I just want to share a few things. Before I do so, I want to piggyback on the congratulations to both Mrs. Lori Hicks and Mrs. Violeta Cervantes. These classified and certificated Employee of the Year awards are always at the end of the year, and always a good time for us to reflect on the wonderful things that these employees have done and what they've done to earn these prestigious awards. As we get ready to cross that finish line towards the end of the school year, cross that finish line to graduation, sometimes things get hectic, sometimes things get pressure, there's a lot of pressure builds up, but we're almost there. For everyone who's feeling frustrated and a little bit impatient about getting to the end of the school year, we're almost there. Just hold on a little bit longer, we're almost there. I just also would like to say that I take full responsibility for removing the item on the agenda and just leaving the original items that were on our agenda for years, up until the last 4 or 5 years that the item was added for bargaining unit members, unlimited time of speaking. I take full responsibility, not our superintendent, not this board. I myself, as board president, made a decision to remove the item from bargaining union members, unlimited time of speaking, because I felt that, and I believe that the fairest thing to do is just take the item off that was never in there in the beginning, that no one, other school district or city council has, and leave bargaining union members the same right as everybody else to fill out a card and speak during either on or off the agenda. It's real easy. It's real easy as a leader, as an elected official, as a board member to feel praised or want to be praised or take credit when things are going really well or something really awesome happens. The board president, we all get credit for what the staff do, for some of the stuff we do, but mostly the staff. When something real rewarding, something really great happens, we get the credit and we appreciate that. But when something bad happens, we also get the blame. When something bad happens at one of our schools, an incident, a scandal, whatever, something hits the paper, we're the first ones at the front lines who get all of that blame. So that's not the easy part. It's real easy to stand up and take the pictures and say, hey, look, we're opening this and we're doing this for our students and all of that. But when something happens where people are angry or some scandal or some issue happens, we're the ones that people say, hey, what's up with you? You're the board president. You're the board. You're the elected officials. the buck stops with you. And it's true. It's true. The buck does stop with us. And that's when we know, and that's when we see if people can handle being an elected official or not. If people can handle being a leader or not. Having to make tough decisions. Having to make tough decisions. It's real easy to sit here and rubber stamp. I'm not a rubber stamp. I'm not a rubber stamp. I don't think anybody else on this board's a rubber stamp. So we want to be fair to everyone, and we want to practice equality in the district, and we can't allow special treatment. We're going through negotiations right now. We want to give you guys a raise. We want to give all the employees a raise. We're going through negotiations, but we can't allow special treatment. We can't allow special treatment. So, no, excuse me. No, excuse me. Give me a second. Let me finish. I let you finish. No, I let you finish. So, no, give me a second. No, sir. No one's threatening nobody. No, nobody's threatening anybody. Our employees and deserve a raise. We know that. We've been getting asked for one at the last meetings by our own employees. We get that. You do deserve it, and everyone's gonna get one. We get that. The point I'm trying to make is we can't allow bargaining members unlimited speaking time. While we're shutting down parents and students after their 3 minutes and allowing bargaining members unlimited time. So as long as people keep coming up here and saying, hey, why are you taking us off? Why are you taking away our unlimited time? I have to explain myself and say, I'm sorry, but we have to be fair to everybody. And as far as order in the boardroom, as board president, if anybody else, when it's their turn to be board president, if they want to run the meetings how they want to run them, that's fine. I respect it. If they want to add an item in there to put people for unlimited time, that's fine. I respect it. But as board president, I own up to that item being removed and making it equal for everyone to get their 3 minutes. And also, I apologize if there's any misunderstanding. No one's threatening nobody, believe me. But I also just want to maintain order in the boardroom. I have to. If people come here, they're upset, we get it, we understand. We hear you. We want these concerns to be looked at. Good concerns, serious concerns are being brought to the board that we don't get all the time through email, through phone call, or someone contacting us. So when people bring concerns here, whether it's employees, parents, students, thank you. We want to look into this stuff. Some serious allegations and some serious things are being brought forward at these meetings. But we have to do it in an orderly manner. I can't allow, as board president, I can't allow for the public to just start screaming out and saying things from the audience. I have to ask you to stop. So the 3 minutes is for everyone to give their piece, to say their piece, and make their comments and ask their questions if they'd like to ask questions. But I can't allow it from the audience. And I want to thank our safety and security team. I want to thank Chief Leary for helping us just maintain as safe and as orderly as possible board meeting. That's all we ask. You know, we don't go to anybody else's meeting and cause a ruckus and stuff like that. And we have to do what's in the best safety for our students that are here and for everyone, for our parents and our staff. So thank you again. With that, we'll go on to public hearing. Item G1, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
Move to open public hearing.
Second.
Vote by board members to open public hearing.
Aye.
Aye.
At 8:47.
Thank you. Next, G1.1, California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 203, 2022-2023, proposal by Rialto USD. Pursuant to the requirements of government code and board policy, the attached initial contract proposal for the 2022-2023 school year submitted by the Rialto Unified School District, RUSD, for an agreement between the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education and the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 203, is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice. Do we have any comments on the public hearing?
We do not.
Okay.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Vote by board members?
Aye.
Aye. Time is 8:48. Next, we go to H, consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Preferential vote by Student Board Member Julian Hunter.
Aye.
Thank you.
I just would like to make a comment about 3.4 and 3.5. I still want to vote on them, but I just want to make a comment.
Okay.
Should I do that now?
We'll start, with 3.4.
Okay. I just want to say how excited and proud I am about our MOUs with the Community Action Partnership of San Bernardino County Kindness Connection, which will provide essential services to homeless and low-income students, such as new clothes, shoes, hygiene items, and backpacks with school supplies. We also have an MOU with Community Action Partnership of San Bernardino County tutoring services, which will allow us to purchase online $50,000 of online tutoring for our Rialto students. So I'm very happy about both of these, and what a rewarding partnership this is for Rialto. So I want to thank them.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, or polls? Okay, so we have our preferential vote. Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Did we have a motion?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Oh, okay.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to items on the discussion action items. I.1, award bid package number 1 to Golden State Steel, Inc., DBA Golden Gate Construction for the Myers Elementary School ADA front entry upgrades.
Move to approve.
Second.
And it's to award a bid package number 1 for the Myers Elementary School ADA front entry upgrades project to Golden Gate Steel, Inc., DBA Golden Gate Construction for a total cost not to exceed $249,999, which includes a $50,000 allowance for unforeseen conditions and to be paid from Fund 40, special reserve for capital outlay projects. Any questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-2, agreement with Miller Architecture to provide architectural services for Division of the State Architect access review for playground replacements at 14 elementary schools.
Move to approve.
Second.
And that's at a cost not to exceed $286,660. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-3. Amend resolution number 212220, authorizing purchase of an automotive training system for the Career Technical Education CTE program.
Move to approve.
Second.
And that's at a cost not to exceed $34,000 and amend the total. It's, the program is to increase the not to exceed amount of $34,100 and amend the total from $355,900 to $390,000. All other terms of the agreement will remain the same and to be paid from the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, CTEIG funds. Any questions or comments?
Nope.
Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, we go to I-4, Elementary School Science Textbook Adoption. Approve to adopt Discovery Education Science Textbook for California NGSS as Rialto Unified School District's TK5 Science Program. The series will serve as our base program for the next 8 years and will include both print and online resources at a cost not to exceed $3,029,975.55 to be paid from the general fund.
Move to approve.
Second.
Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Next, I-5, Middle School Science Textbook Adoption. Do we have a motion?
So
Do
moved.
we have a second?
Second.
It's to approve, to adopt the McGraw-Hill, California Inspire Integrated Science Program at Rialto Unified School District. Bless you.
Thank you.
6 through 8 science program. The series will serve as our base program for the next 8 years and will include both print and online resources at a cost not to exceed $1,444,027.90 and to be paid from the general fund. Questions or comments? Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis? And myself, aye. Next, we go to item I-6, 2022 Student Board Member Scholarship. Authorize a scholarship check in the amount of $2,000 for Student Board Member Julian
So
Hunter
moved.
to be paid from the general fund.
Second.
Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Comment?
Yes.
Thank you so much for serving. We appreciate your comment. What you've seen tonight, you learn positive and negative, what to do and what not to do, and you have so much wisdom. So I know you got the lesson.
Okay, next we go to,
Aye.
thank you, and myself, aye. Thank you for that. Next we go to I-7, stipulated expulsion.
Move to approve.
Second?
And that's case numbers 212269, 212267, and 212239. Vote by board members, Ms. Walker?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Abstain, was it?
Abstain. And myself, aye. Motion carries. Next, we go to I-8, reinstatement of expulsion, case number 212252.
So moved?
Second.
Ms. Walker, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Abstain, wasn't.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. And then now we go to presentation recognition of Student Board Member Julian Hunter, scholarship recipient. And Mr. Hunter. Please join me at the podium. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that this is a bittersweet moment for the Board of Education and Superintendent because we have to say farewell to our outgoing student member, Julian Hunter, whose future aspiration is to become educated in the field of aeronautical engineering and end up as a, you guessed it, rocket scientist. Julian is 17 years old. He will be graduating from Myler High School in the next couple of weeks. As a student board member, Julian did his best to attend our school board meetings and special events such as the Kindness Connection grand opening, and he shared all the wonderful things happening on Mustang campus, as well as introduce and keep the consistent flow of all of the DSAC student speakers. Julian was an instrumental leader in DSAC, and we appreciate his mellow, mature, and reasonable approach at the meetings. Boy, oh boy, do we appreciate that. Julian, who was born in North Carolina to Toguera, and David Hunter, please come on up and join us. Has 3 older sisters, of which the last one graduated from Carter High School. For Julian, Myler was the better fit, he said. What he will miss about the board meetings is having the insight and some behind the scenes knowledge. You got a lot of that tonight.
Yep.
We talk about going out with a bang. All right, I'll stop right there. We have a generous scholarship check for you, Julian, like we do customary for all our student board members. And along with your customary keepsake engravelled gavel. Thank you for serving with the Board of Education. Your district wishes you good luck. Please continue to be an outstanding citizen, and we will see you at graduation day, June 4th, at the Toyota Arena. This is your sash. Can I put it on you?
Oh. Beautiful.
Get the gavel out.
Here's your scholarship.
He needs the gavel to end the meeting.
You're gonna use that at the end right now when we adjourn. Let everybody see that. He's got his name engraved in. Would you like to say a few things?
Well, I don't really prepare a speech for this part, but I just want to reiterate that it's been a blessing to be able to do this. And like I said, I would have never imagined being able to, stand up here as I am now, and with the Board of Education. And I'll admit that I never used to really think much went on behind the scenes. I used to think like teachers say we got to do that's life. But after doing this, I realized that the rabbit hole goes a lot deeper than you might think, and there's a lot of unexpected turns that may happen, as we've all seen. And I don't know. I'm trying not to tear up right now, but this is something I don't think I'll ever forget.
All right.
And I just want to thank everybody who has been with me this whole time and helped me get through this, and just was along for the ride, I guess.
Well, we're gonna miss you too, Jillian.
Where you going to school with Julian? Where you gonna start it? Where you going to school?
I want to go to California Technical Institute.
Okay, where you gonna start at community college and transfer, or did you apply? Okay.
Again, thank you, Julian, for everything. Okay, so
Yes, you get to wrap at the end.
we're on, now to item K, adjournment.
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on June 8th, 2022 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Castellanos Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Preferential vote by student board member.
Aye.
Ms. Walker.
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. O'Kelly. Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
And myself, aye, and banged that like 4 or 5 times. Thank you. Good evening.
That feel good to get?
He didn't break it.